Before we get started with our Lincoln show today, we are going to give out our awards for the displays for this second week here at the Big E. And in fourth place on the display, if you'll come to the ring as we announce your names to get your ribbon and award. In fourth place in the display, it goes to Broken Rock Farm, Brian and Victoria Wiggins of Ashby, Massachusetts. Third place goes to Ravenwood Farm, the Trojanowski family of East Hampton, Connecticut, and they were also judged the best creative display. In second place, we had Someday Soon Farm, the Jakeman family of Canajoharie, New York. They were also judged Best Display Promoting a Wool Product. And in first place for the displays was Herdwick Sheep, Aaron Bratt, Eastburn, New York, and her display was also judged Best Program Directed at the General Public and the Best Use of Signage. So we still need someone from Ravenwood Farm and also Aaron Bratt to come to get your awards for the displays. And for the general public walking through, those displays can be found on that main aisleway. We also want to thank the Jaraz family for bringing their display back that was first place in week 1. The awards that we hand out and the prizes are sponsored by the Banner magazine, and we'd like to thank Greg Deacon and Tiffany Deacon who are here. So if you see them, thank them for sponsoring that award for the displays.
We have a nice yearling ram to start the day off today, this afternoon with a National Lincoln Show. Certainly could use a lot more competition. He's a good ram in his own right, long and lean, and really presented very nicely. Certainly appreciate him. I'm sure he'll be at Louisville.
Our next class will be white senior ram lambs. For those of you joining us, we do weigh back the top 3 of our class winners, and we'll announce those weights. Placing on the White Lincoln Yearling Ram class, first place goes to entry 537, Klingelhofer 2048, Diane Klingelhofer, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighed 264 pounds.
We have 2 nice senior Lincoln Ram Lambs here in this class. 1 over 2 not because he's bigger than the other rams, because he's presented very well. I love his fleece from end to end, and he has a more different handle to his fleece than the second place. The second place a little more weathered, a little out of condition as far as fleece wise. But we're starting with number 1. He's a very nice ram, up on his feet and legs. Nice and good loin on him. I love the way his head comes up out of his shoulders. Very nice. Second ram follows him. The pattern is the same, just not the maturity that we have in the first place. Thank you.
Our next class will be Open Show Senior Champion White Lincoln Ram and Reserve. So we'll need that yearling ram back, as well as the 2 rams we just finished with the senior ram lamb class. Placings on the white senior ram lamb class. First place goes to entry 1515, Wind Valley Y 2105, Brent Cassavant of Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighed 202 pounds. Second place to 3450, Gargis Girls 168, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. That ram weighed 150.
For champion ram, I'm going with a ram lamb. The ram lamb that I really like his fleece. I love his lock formation. Totally different fleece than I have on the yearling ram. Yearling ram's a little more curly, just not having the handle that I have on the young ram. So champion will be on our young ram and reserve will be on the yearling ram.
Open show senior champion white Lincoln ram goes to entry 1515, Wind Valley Y 2105, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts, and that's on the senior ram lamb. Reserve senior champion to 537, the first place yearling ram, Klingelhofer 2048, Diane Klingelhofer, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for white Lincoln intermediate ram lambs. Judging the Northeast Regional Lincoln Show today is Marianne Johnson. Marianne has had sheep since her 4-H days, and she started out with Hampshires and Dorsets. Now, she and her husband raise Columbias and black Rambouillets, plus they have some white border Leicesters. Marianne operates Highline Farms in Quincy, Ohio. Let's welcome Marianne Johnson to your Lincoln Show.
We're going to leave these two intermediate ram lambs the way they stand. Like the maturity and the fleece length and the type of fleece we have on the first one. Body structure, they're very similar in type and kind. I certainly appreciate the length of loin that we have in my first place one, and the way he stands on his, walks out on his feet and legs. Second place ram is probably a little more immature, but very nice fleece line. There again, he has a curly fleece on him, but very good points and colors on his body.
Our next class will be White Lincoln Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place and first in the junior show goes to 1516 Wind Valley 2123 Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 165. Second place to entry 539 Locust Grove 1109 Prescott, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 158.
nice class of Lincoln Ram lambs. Certainly there is some age discrepancy from one end to the other, and there's a wide range of ages in this class. Starting with a ram, I really appreciate his length. He's got a good top in him. He stands on good feet and legs, got good color in his nose and his eyes. Really appreciate that. And he's the longest loin and the best topped ram in the class. Next one, a little shorter fleece. Nice fleece on it, not as uniform as my first place, but a nice fleece. I like the way his head comes up out of his shoulders also. Next ram is probably the youngest, one of the youngest rams in the class. Nice fleece on him. Like to see him lengthen out a little bit, and that'll come with age, hopefully. Next ram, the fourth place ram. Certainly appreciate his size and scale, but I'd like to see his top line just a little bit better than he has on it, is showing today. Next ram in the class, just a little smaller range. I like to see him a little bit more up-headed and a little better backed. But nice fleeces from end to end.
Next class is pair of White Lincoln Ram Lambs. Pair Ram Lambs is your next class. Placing on the Lincoln class of Junior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 540, Locust Grove 1119, Haskell, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware, that ram weighing 156. Second place to entry 5217, Lothian 347, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts, that ram weighing 154. Third place to 2243, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont, that ram weighing 124. Fourth place to 541, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware, and 5 to entry 2242, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Now ready to show for Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion White Lincoln Ram. Placing on the class of pair Ram Lambs, first place goes to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place to Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont.
For junior champion, we're going to go with the 2 first place Ram Lambs. Certainly appreciate their fleeces they have on them today, and the handle, that they're nice and soft and easy They're conformed from end to end, and very similar fleeces. Love their dark points and the way their heads come up out of their shoulders. So they'll be your champion on the senior and reserve on the run.
Now ready to show for Open Show Grand Champion, White Lincoln Ram and Reserve. Our Open Show Junior Champion, White Lincoln Ram, went to entry 1516 from the Intermediate Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley 2123, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. The Reserve Junior Champion to entry 540. Our first in the Junior Ram Lamb class, Locust Grove 1119, Haskell, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association offers special awards to our White Lincoln Champion and Reserve Champion Ram. Also following our Grand Championship, should we need to do, the Boersma Ranch, Beverly Boersma of Murfreesboro, Illinois, offers an award to the Junior Show White Lincoln Champion Ram. And KEB Farm, Kathy Bombria of Columbia, Connecticut, offers an award to the Junior Show White Lincoln Reserve Champion Ram.
It's a hard decision here for the champion ram overall. Certainly have some great specimens out there. I know the competition wasn't very deep, but these certainly can go on to probably Louisville or wherever and do very well. Certainly like their fleeces. They're my kind of fleeces that I like on a Lincoln. For champion ram, we're going to go for the senior ram lamb, and the junior ram lamb will be reserved.
Open Show Grand Champion White Lincoln Ram is also our Junior Show Champion White Lincoln Ram. Entry 1515 from the Senior Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley Y2105, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. The Open Show Reserve Grand Champion White Lincoln Ram is also our Junior Show Reserve Champion White Lincoln Ram. It goes to entry 1516. 1516 came from our Intermediate Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley 2123, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. We are now ready for White Lincoln Yearling Ewes. The Lincoln is an English breed of sheep, considered to be one of the world's largest breeds in number. Its fleece is the heaviest, longest, stapled, and most lustrous of any breed in the world. Lincolns were first brought to the United States in the 1800s, where they contributed to the development of several commercially important American breeds, including both the Columbia and the Targhee.
certainly have a nice class of white Lincoln yearling ewes out here. I'm not going with the biggest, I'm not going with the smallest, I'm going with the most complete that I like as far as fleece-wise from end to end. Starting with a ewe that really has the body that I like, that she's head comes right up out of her shoulders. She's got a gorgeous fleece from end to end, and she's got a good top line. My next ewe may be a little different frame-wise. Nice fleece on her, not as much fleece as I have on the first one, but a nice fleece in her own right. There again, she's trying to come up out of her shoulders too. My next ewe is a little rougher in the fleece, a little more open, not the curl that I really like, but certainly has good points to her as far as color and style and the length of loin. Next two ewes, totally different ewes, nice fleeces on both of them. Just like to see them a little more up-headedness and walk better on their feet and legs.
Once we get those first three weighed back, then we'll have our pair of yearling ewe class. Placing on the yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 543, Locust Grove 1071, Lane, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 201. Second place to 5218, Lathea 327, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 200 pounds. Third place to 1517, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts, that sheep weighing 215. 4 to 5219, Wendy Cameron of Middleborough, Massachusetts. 5, second in the junior show to 1518, Wind Valley 2051, Luna. Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 6th place to entry 5019, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 7th place to 516, Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. And 8th place to 542, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for senior ewe lambs, senior ewe lambs. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 2nd place to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 3rd place to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware.
two nice senior white Lincoln ewes to start this class out in this age group. I'm starting with a ewe that just got the femininity up the front of her neck, and her head's coming, her neck and head are coming out of the top of her shoulders. Really a long-bodied ewe, really appreciate that. And I like her fleece from end to end. Second ewe follows her in type and kind to a smidgen, doesn't have that head style, that femininity that I have in my first place, but a nice ewe in her own right. Thank you.
Once we weigh these two animals back, our next class will be Open Show Senior Champion White Lincoln Ewe and Reserve. Placing on the white senior ewe lamb class, first place went to entry 545, Locust Grove, 1086, Braxton, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 182. Second place to 544, Locust Grove, 1080, Hannah, also Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 184.
For senior champion for the white Lincoln sheep, I certainly appreciate these two first place ewe lambs that are used. Yearling ewe, outstanding fleece on her. I really appreciate that from end to end. A good top line, very nice head presented, good color. I really like the way she comes out of her shoulders. Second ewe comes out of her shoulders, maybe doesn't have the consistency in fleece. She has a nice fleece from end to end, but not the consistency that I have in my my yearling ewe. So they will be your champion. Champion will be yearling ewe. Reserve will be the senior ewe lamb. Open Show Senior Champion White Lincoln ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, 543, Locust Grove, 1071, Die Lane, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. The reserve senior champion to 545, first in the senior ewe lamb class, Locust Grove, 1086, Braxton, also Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for White Lincoln intermediate ewe lambs.
Here is the first Lincoln trivia question. At the 2006 Big E, who judged the Lincoln show? And Greg Deacon had that answer. It was Robert Calvert of Pennsylvania.
Nice class of intermediate white Lincoln ewes. Certainly, I'd appreciate this ewe lamb. She's got her head, she's got a nice neck length. She's very feminine in her front end. I appreciate that. And she's got one of the longest and best tops in the class. Next ewe follows her a little, very similar in type and kind, just not the finesse that we have or the quality that we have in our first place. Next ewe, probably a little younger ewe, but a very nice fleece from end to end. Certainly appreciate that.
Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class, first place in open first and junior goes to 1520. Wind Valley 2121. Prosico, Brent Cassavant, Ocam, Massachusetts. That sheep weighing 132. Second place to entry 1519. Wind Valley 2120. Brent Cassavant, Ocam, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 132. And third place to 546, Deborah Vanderwinde, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 123. Now ready for White Lincoln Junior ewe lambs.
Three nice ewes, varying degrees of wool length on these three from end to end. Starting with a ewe lamb that has buku fleece on her, very nice from end to end. You just open it and it just shines right out at you. Very nice fleece. I really enjoy that fleece. Second place, very similar in type and kind as far as her fleece goes, just not the length, and that's why the first place one is looking larger. She has several inches of wool over my second place. Third place, you probably a little more immature than the first two, just not showing me the quality of fleece from end to end today.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs will be your next class. Placing on the class of junior ewe lambs, first place and open first in the junior show goes to 1521, Wind Valley 2135, Brent Cassavant. Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 137 pounds. Second place to 549, Locust Grove 1137, Dulcina, Deborah Vanderwinnie. Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 119. Third place to 3452, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania, that ewe weighing 116. Now ready to show the for Open Show Junior Champion White Lincoln ewe and Reserve. Placing on the white pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Second place to Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts.
For junior champion, we're going to go with the two youngest ewes. Certainly appreciate this ewe, and this youngest ewe in the second spot here is going to have a fleece to die for. I mean, you open it up and it just shines right back at you. Certainly appreciate it, especially the length of it and the shape that it's in. And the reserve champion will be the younger ewe to her.
For our Open Show Junior Champion White Lincoln ewe, it goes to entry number 1521 out of the Junior Ewe Lamb class, Wind Valley 2135, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. The Reserve Champion in the Junior Division goes to 549. 549 was second in that Junior Ewe Lamb class, Locust Grove 1137, Dulcina, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Now showing for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion White Lincoln ewe.
We certainly should congratulate these White Lincoln exhibitors. Certainly not a big show, but certainly a high-quality show from end to end. I'm usually a yearling ewe is here, and if they're good, I'll make them champions, and that goes without saying. This yearling ewe is very nice from end to end, lover fleece from end to end, and is really presented very nicely. For reserve, I can go with the ewe lamb very easily. That fleece on her just sells her down the line. And I appreciate the style and shape she has, very similar to my yearling ewe. So the yearling will be champion, the lamb will be reserve.
Open Show Grand Champion ewe goes to entry 543. 543 came from our yearling ewe class, Locust Grove 1071, Die Lane, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. For reserve Grand Champion, it was 1521, our junior champion from the junior ewe lamb class, Wind Valley 2135, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. That was also our junior show champion, White Lincoln ewe. So we do need to show for reserve junior show champion ewe. We need 5218. We need 1517 from Brent Kavanaugh at that yearling ewe, Wind Valley 2030, and also the intermediate ewe lamb 1520 to the ring. That's Wind Valley 2121 to select our reserve champion. Our junior show reserve champion White Lincoln ewe goes to our first place junior show winner from the yearling ewe class, 1517, Wind Valley 2030, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. We are now ready for White Lincoln Exhibitors Flock. White Lincoln Exhibitors Flock. Following it, we'll do Breeders Flock, then Get of Sire. Then we will do our White Lincoln Best Headed, followed by White Lincoln Best Fleece. So we're ready for Exhibitors Flock. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place goes to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Second to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Placing on the breeders' flock, first place to Deborah Vanderwindy, second to Brent Casavant. Now ready for Get of Sire, Get of Sire. Again, following the Get of Sire class, we will have White Lincoln Best Headed. White Lincoln Best Headed will follow the Get of Sire class. Placing on the Get of Sire class for the White Lincolns, first place goes to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for Best Headed White Lincoln. Best Headed White Lincoln. Any other exhibitors coming out for Best Headed? Class following this will be Best Fleece. For our best headed class, Brent Casavant, Ocam, Massachusetts, does present that best headed White Lincoln Award. Our best headed White Lincoln went to the senior ewe lamb of Deborah Vanderwindy, Locust Grove 1086 Braxton. Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for best fleece. Best fleece exhibitors, if anyone else. Best fleece. Best fleece animal for the White Lincoln Show goes to entry 1521, Wind Valley 2135, out of the junior ewe lamb class, Brent Casavant, Ocam, Massachusetts. And we need Deborah Vanderwindy up to the announcer's desk in the show ring, please. And congratulations goes to Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware, for winning the Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder Award for the White Lincoln Show. Now ready in the ring for natural colored yearling rams for the Lincoln Show. Natural colored Lincoln yearling rams to the ring, please.
We have a nice class of natural colored Lincoln yearling rams, certainly a little different from end to end for fleece wise. You can see that from a distance. We have a little more fleece on my first place yearling ram, but he's showing me the quality that I like in the fleece. He also is up-headed and very clean fronted for me, and a very good top line. Probably the longest loin ram in the class. Second ram follows him very closely. Doesn't have the length of fur or wool on his body that my first place is. So the character is not as easily defined as I have on my first placement, but a very good ram in his own right. Third ram, not very much fleece on this ram to evaluate, and kind of dips behind his shoulders. I'd like to see him a little bit stronger on those back pastures. Fourth place ram, just the not showing me the character of the fleece today. Looks like he's been covered. Just needs to be spruced up a little bit and show me a little more character in that fleece.
Our next class is senior ram lambs. Placing on the yearling ram class, first place goes to entry 1491, Wind Valley 2045, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 271. Second, first in the junior show to 5232, Lathea 329, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts, and that ram weighed 250. Third place to 550, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware, ram weighing 246, and second to in fourth place, second in a junior show to 3669, Reed 2028, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Now showing for our senior champion and reserve senior champion. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first place to entry number 1492, Wind Valley 2102, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 180.
really a small senior show, but very quality, deep in the quality from end to end. Today you can't go past this yearling ram, natural colored Lincoln yearling ram. He's really pretty. He's got the front end that I like. He's very straightforward. He's got a good top line, and his fleece is very good from end to end. He will be our champion today. And for reserve, we'll use the other yearling ram. Really a consistent fleece on him too.
Our Open Show Senior Champion Natural Colored Ram goes to 1491 out of the yearling ram class, Wind Valley 2045, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve was second in that yearling ram class, 5232, Lathea 329, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now ready for natural colored Lincoln Intermediate Ram Lambs. Okay, here's the second Lincoln trivia question. At the 2006 Big E Lincoln Show, who exhibited the Reserve Champion Ram, the Champion Ewe, the first place was first place Exhibitor's Flock, first place Breeder's Flock, and first place Get of Sire? And the answer came from Greg Deacon again, Wendy Cameron of Massachusetts.
We have four nice natural colored Lincoln Intermediate Ram Lambs in this class. Certainly different from end to end as far as the when they've been sheared and when they've been trimmed and probably their birth dates. Starting with a Ram Lamb that I really like, he's up-headed. He gets that head right up out of his shoulders, walking out on good feet and legs, has the longest loin as far as I'm concerned, and the nicest fleece in him from end to end. Next ram follows him, very similar in type and kind. Certainly appreciate his fleece too, but not the consistency that I have in my first fleece. Next two ram lambs have been sheared. They're a little tighter fleece. You can see the curl in it. Very nice fleeces from end to end. Really appreciate this third place buck. He's gotten good length and a good top. His tail head's right up there on his body, and he walks out on good feet and legs. The fourth place ram lamb, I'd like to see him a little more straight over top of his back and walk out a little better on his feet and legs. Thank you.
Placing on the intermediate ram lamb class. First place goes to 1494 Wind Valley 2132 Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Ram weighing 146. Second place to entry 1495 Wind Valley 2133. Also Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That one weighed 152. Third place to entry 552, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 152. And fourth place to entry 551, also Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for junior ram lambs. Junior ram lambs to the ring, please.
In this lineup of Lincoln, natural colored Lincoln ram lambs, we certainly have a variety of fleeces down the line and up here. And we're starting out, we have the oldest ram lamb in this class, and we have the youngest ram lamb in the top 5. Certainly appreciate this ram in the front. Really appreciate his upheadedness and the way he walks out on his feet and legs. And he has a very nice fleece. He's probably got the longest fleece in this class. Second place, very nice, good topped ram. I like the feminine, he's not feminine, but I like the way his head comes up out of his neck and he stretches out. Not quite as long as my first place. Third place, ram lamb. Nice ram lamb, doesn't have the consistency in the fleece as I have in the top 2. And he really breaks down there in the breech. My next 2, very similar in color, but not in pattern. Very interesting. The ram lamb in 4th is the youngest ram in the class. Really appreciate it. If he keeps growing, he should be good, but I'm not supposed to speculate on that stuff. I just like the shape of him and his fleece that he has. 5th place ram lamb, very similar to the 4th. Very nice, not the consistency of the fleece that I have in my top 3, but an excellent class of ram lambs. Really hard to pick the ones.
Once we weigh back that top 3, we will go into pair of ram lambs. Natural colored Lincoln pair of ram lambs will be your next class. Placing on that class of junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry number 1497, Wind Valley 2143, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 162. Second place, first in the junior show, is entry 5233, Lothian 341, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Ram weighing 146. Third to 5267, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 148. Fourth place to entry number 2241, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Fifth place to entry 1496, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. 6 to 553, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. 7th place, second in the junior show, to 3671, Hayes, 10-5. Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 8th place to and third in the junior to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 9 to 2240, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 10th place, fourth in the junior to 5132, Adriana Alejandro, Ringe, New Hampshire. 5 in the junior show to Adriana Alejandro, Ringe, New Hampshire, with entry 5133. And 12th place goes to 5268, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. We are now ready to show for Open Show Junior Champion Natural Colored Lincoln Ram and Reserve. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first place goes to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Second place to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Third place to Carolyn Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 4, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. 5, Adriana Alejandro, Ring, New Hampshire. And 6, to Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire.
We had a nice show of the younger Ram Lambs in the Natural Colored Lincoln show. Certainly very good quality from end to end. And these are the prospects that came out of it that really are really nice Ram Lambs with nice fleeces from end to end. At least they're fleeces that I like. We're going to go with the younger Ram here in front of me for the champion, for junior champion, and we'll follow him up with his classmate on the smaller but nice fleece ewe on the Ram and the ewe and the Ram.
Our Open Show Junior Champion Natural Colored Lincoln Ram was 1497 out of the Junior Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley 2143, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The Reserve Junior Champion goes to entry 5233, second in that Junior Ram Lamb class, Lathia 341, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Ram.
Very nice natural colored Lincoln show here today. Certainly appreciate the quality these breeders have come out with, and my kind of fleeces on a Lincoln Ram, I really appreciate them. For me today, the two yearlings set the standard for Lincoln Rams today. This ram in the first place, yearling ram really sets it. He has a nice long loin. He's got a good fleece from end to end. Really appreciate the front end, the similarity to him coming up and being very good in his fleece. I appreciate that. My next, the other yearling ram will be a reserve champion. A little shorter fleece on him, but in the same style that I have in my first place, or champion.
Wendy, please stay out there, and we're going to need some others. But our Open Show Grand Champion Natural Colored Ram goes to 1491. Our senior champion out of the yearling class, Wind Valley 2045, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The Reserve Grand Champion was second in that yearling class, 5232, Lathia 329, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. That ram will also be our junior show champion natural colored ram. So to show for our reserve junior show champion, we'll need the second place yearling of Ava Jo Hayes to come into the ring for reserve junior show champion. West Lincoln's Emily and Phil West of New York offers an award to the Junior Show Natural Colored Champion Ram. Also, E Livestock of Osgood, Indiana offers an award to the Junior Show Natural Colored Lincoln Reserve Champion Ram. And reserve junior show champion natural colored Lincoln Ram goes to 5233, which came out of the junior Ram Lamb class, Lathea 341, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Exhibitors, please note we do have a split in this yearling U class. Our early class will be those animals born 9/3 of 19, September 3rd of 2019, through and including February 13 of 2020. So that's the first class, and that's the class we need in the ring at this time.
two really nice natural colored Lincoln yearling ewes to start this class off. And the female side, certainly appreciate their size and scale and their upheadedness and femininity on their front and walking out on good feet and legs. Certainly appreciate the fleeces on them. Both are very consistent. I like the first place one over the second one because down in the breech she breaks a little bit and it doesn't have the quality I have on my first place one. Third place ewe, very nice ewe, has a consistent fleece. Been out in the weather a little bit, not showing me the sheen that I have in the top two, but a nice ewe in her own right. Next two ewes, very open fleece, very ringlet type fleece. Today, for me, it's just not the kind of fleece that I like on my Lincolns. Very acceptable. I don't criticize them for that. It's just what you like and what you raise. Very nice class. Certainly appreciate them.
Now ready in the ring for Class 2, natural colored Lincoln yearling ewes. These animals born February 21st and later. Placing on Class 1 yearling ewes, first place went to entry number 1499, Wind Valley 2008, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 222 pounds. Second place to 1498, Wind Valley 2004, Wind Valley Farm. That animal weighing 210. Third place to entry number 3671, and that was also first in the junior show, Locust Grove 1027, Patsy, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. That animal weighing 170. Fourth place goes to entry 5269, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 5 to entry number 5270, also Christina Weston. Currently showing our second class of natural colored yearling ewes. Your next class will be natural colored Lincoln pair of yearling ewes. Here is your next Big E Lincoln Show trivia question. At the 2011 Big E Lincoln Show, who won the Premier Exhibitor, Premier Breeder honors in the White Lincoln division, and then the Premier Exhibitor honors in the Natural Colored Lincoln division? And Darlene came up with that answer. It is Joe and Carol Haddock of Vermont.
Very different class of natural colored Lincoln yearling ewes. We have some differences in fleeces from end to end, differences in body, probably differences in ages from end to end. Starting with a ewe that's most up-headed, most feminine in front end, most consistent fleece, really a nice loin on her, nice top line on her. She presents herself very nicely. My next ewe is maybe a little younger. I like her femininity in her front end, but she's not showing the consistency that I have in my first place one's fleece, but a very nice ewe in her own right. Third place ewe, certainly appreciate her. She doesn't have the fleece the fleece length that I have on my first two, but a very nice consistent fleece. I just like to straighten her up over the top line. Next two ewes, or next three ewes, just a little different consistency in their fleeces, not consistent down in their breech, and just not showing me the quality in fleeces that I have in my top three.
Once we weigh those top three back, then your next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Placing on Class 2 yearling ewes for the natural colored Lincolns, first place goes to entry 556, Locust Grove, 1052, Devet, Deborah Vanderwindy, Good Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 201. Second place to entry number 1500, Wind Valley, 2042, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 179. Third place, 555, Locust Grove, 1051, Davine, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 193. Fourth, first in the junior division to 5235, Lathea 328, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 5, second in the junior division to 3672, Locust Grove 1063, Pat, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. And 6th and 3rd in the junior division to entry 5236, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now ready for natural colored Lincoln Senior Ewe Lambs. Senior Ewe Lambs will be your next class. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place went to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Fourth place, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. And 5 to Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Currently showing natural colored Lincoln Senior ewe lambs. Your next class will be for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion.
Two nice senior natural colored Lincoln ewes. Certainly appreciate them. They are powerful in the breed itself and represent the breed very well. Starting with the ewe, more up-headed to me. I love her front end, the way she comes out of her shoulders and presents herself. Good top line and the kind of fleece that I like. Second ewe, not too shabby. I really appreciate her also, but she doesn't have the fleece or the quality of fleece that I have in my first place.
Placing on the class of Senior ewe lambs, first place to 1502, Wind Valley 2107 Pearl, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place to entry number 1501, Wind Valley Farm 2104, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place animal weighed 153, while that first place animal weighed 170.
kind of an easy decision on senior champion natural colored Lincoln U. We're going to go with the first place yearling in the first class as champion, and reserve will be the first place yearling U in the second class. Congratulations.
Our open show senior champion natural colored Lincoln U is entry 1499 out of the first or early class of yearling ewes, Wind Valley 2008, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve senior champion ewe goes to entry number 556, first out of the late class of yearling ewes, Locust Grove 1052, Devet, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. Natural colored Lincoln intermediate ewe lambs to the ring now, please. Again, we're on intermediate ewe lambs. We have one more entry to come from Cameron's.
Nice, nice class of senior natural colored Lincoln ewes out here. Starting with the ewes, my kind of ewe. I've said it all day. Very feminine up front, straight as an arrow over top of her. Very nice fleece, my kind of fleece from end to end. And as you sit watching these classes, you can see the curl and the different fleeces that are in these classes. And the breeders breed what they want as far as fleece, and the judge judges what they want for as far as fleece. But the Lincoln breed is a little diverse in their fleeces and can have different spectrums of what the fleece could be. But they're still in the realm of the Lincoln breed. The ewe, like I said, the first place ewe just is my kind of ewe, straight as a poke, very feminine up front, has a nice fleece on her. Next ewe, a little different in her fleece and kind, same frame, but not having the fleece that I have in my first place. Little smaller package in my third place ewe, very nice fleece from end to end. She does change down in the breech, but she has that femininity in her front end, and I appreciate that. Next two ewes, very similar in type and kind as far as fleece-wise, just going with a little straighter top and a little bigger ewe on my fourth place ewe, and a nice ewe in my fifth.
Our next class will be natural colored Lincoln Junior ewe lambs, the early portion, early junior ewe lambs, those animals born February 17 through and including February 25. 217 through and including 225, early junior ewe lambs will be your next class. Placing on the class of intermediate ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 1504, Wind Valley 2116, Sparks, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That animal weighed 152. Second place to entry 1503, Wind Valley 2114, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That animal weighed 155. Third place goes to and first in the junior show to 3673, Raider 2116, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. That animal weighing 131. Fourth place to 557, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. 5 to 558, also Deborah Vanderwindy. Sixth place to entry number 5020, James Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 7 to entry 5272, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 8th place to 5271, also Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Here's a trivia question that's not too long ago. It did not happen at the Big E, though. It happened this summer. Who was Lincoln Top Gun exhibitor at the All-American Junior Show this year? Here's a hint, they are not showing here at the Big E this year. Next hint, they're from Wisconsin. The answer is Sophia Larson, and Greg got that.
nice class of intermediate ewe lambs. Certainly appreciate the style and kind that it's out here. They certainly represent the natural colored Lincoln show or breed very well, and the consistency we have. Starting with a ewe, my kind of ewe, she's up-headed, she's got her head and neck come out of the top of her shoulders. She is a little weak in the back of the shoulders, but I can excuse that because she has a nice fleece from end to end. Certainly appreciate that for what she is. Second ewe follows her very nicely. Appreciate her as far as her fleece. She has the femininity also, but not quite as extreme as my first place ewe. Nice consistent fleece on both of those. Third place ewe, probably a little younger. I don't know. She's got a nice fleece, but it doesn't have the consistency that we have in my first two. Very feminine up in the front end. I appreciate that, and she walks right out on good feet and legs. Next two ewes a little different in the quality of their fleece from the top three, but good ewes in their own right. Just would like to see a little more consistency, especially down in that breech in their fleeces. And the next two ewes just don't have the consistency or the type of fleece that I like today, and probably are a little younger than my top four.
Results from our first class, the early class of junior ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 560, Locust Grove 1117, Lyra. Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 141. Second place to 559, Locust Grove 1115, Tegan, Deborah Vanderwindy. Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 145. Third place to 1505, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 120. Fourth place, first in the junior show, to entry 5134, Bremat Farm, 257. Adriana Alejandro, Ringe, New Hampshire. 5 to 5273, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Sixth place, second in the junior show, Adriana Alejandro, Ringe, New Hampshire, with Bremat Farm 258. And seventh place to entry 5274, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. and this is the final trivia question. At the 2006 Big E Lincoln Show, who won the Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder honors? And a hint, that individual is in the ring currently.
Nice class of young, natural-colored Lincoln ewe lambs, starting with a ewe that just has the femininity for me, the length of loin, the good top line, and the fleece that she has, really consistent from front to end, front to the other end. Really like the way she walks right out there on feet and legs. She just says, "Here I am. I'm showing today well." Next ewe, she just doesn't want to stand very well today. But very nice ewe in her own right. Very feminine up that front end. Nice long loin. Nice consistent fleece from end to end. Next two ewes, very similar in their fleeces. A little different body style, a little different as far as length of fleece, but very consistent in their same fleeces as far as it goes down into the breech. I'd like to see it a little more consistent. And down the line, we have ewes that are probably a little younger, not showing me the fleece that we have in our top three, but nice ewes in their own right.
Once our top three gets weighed back, we will go to pair of ewe lambs. The answer to that question, they just won that class, and that'd be Joe and Carol Haddock of Vermont. Placing on our late class of Junior ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 2238, Wool Hollow 2103, Carolyn Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. That animal weighed 132. Second place to entry number 3674, and first in the junior show, Hayes 106, Ava Jo Hayes of Allentown, New Jersey. Third place to entry number 2239, Wool Hollow 2104, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. That animal weighing 111. Four and second in the junior show, Lathea 344, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 5 to 5021, James Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Sixth place to 5275, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. 7, third in the junior show to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Placing on the class of pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Carolyn Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Second place to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Fourth place to Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 5 to Adriana Alejandro, Rindge, New Hampshire. 6th place to Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. 7 to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. And 8 to James Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now showing for junior champion and reserve junior champion from the open show.
A very nice female show of the natural colored Lincolns today. I know there's not very many audience here today, but they certainly need a round of applause because they've certainly I appreciate the quality and type of sheep that they have brought out today. For junior champion today, we're going to do the intermediate ewe lamb. I certainly appreciate her fleece on her and her structure. She's feminine up front, which I like. She's long and lean and good over that tail head. For reserve, we're going to go with our first place intermediate. And because she has the same quality. Different fleeces on both of them, but very good quality from end to end, and especially down in that breech area. I really appreciate them. They're very nice ewes. Go ahead.
Our junior champion for the open show is entry 560. Our junior ewe lamb class winner from class 1, Locust Grove 1117, Lyra, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. The reserve junior champion came out of our intermediate ewe lamb class 1504, Wind Valley 2116, Sparks, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. We're now ready to show for our grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Again, we want to remind folks that the National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association offers awards to the natural colored champion and reserve champion ewe, and also Wool Hollow Farm. Dr. Joe and Carol Haddock of Jericho, Vermont offers an award to the Junior Show Natural Colored Lincoln Champion ewe, and E Livestock, Osgood, Indiana offers an award to the Junior Show Natural Colored Lincoln Reserve Champion ewe.
I certainly congratulate these Lincoln breeders. They've certainly brought out a whale of a set of sheep. A lot of them I hope will go to Louisville and really shine down there too. For champion ewe overall, we're going to use our 2 yearling ewes. They're the best representative for their breed, and I really appreciate their fleece. They have 2 different fleeces on them, but very well representative of the fleece.
Grand Champion ewe for the Natural Colored Lincoln Show goes to $14.99 out of the early class of yearling ewes. Wind Valley 2008, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Reserve Grand Champion goes to entry 556 from Class 2 of our yearling ewes. Locust Grove 1052. DeVette, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready to show for Junior Show Champion and Reserve Natural Colored ewe. We'll need the following animals into the ring to show for that. 3671 from yearling class number 1, Ava Jo Hayes. 5235 and 5672 from yearling class number 2, the first one from Ryan Cameron, the second Ava Jo Hayes. 3673, the intermediate ewe lamb class, Ava Jo Hayes. In the early junior ewe lamb class, 5134 from and 5135. That's first and second juniors, Adriana Alejandro, and 3674 from the late junior ewe lamb class, Ava Jo Hayes, and 5237, second place in that late class, Ryan Cameron.
I think the Lincoln Junior Association is in good hands. Here's a bunch of juniors out here. It shows that the breed is going to go on and continue, and that's nice to see because some of the breeds are not having the junior members come out as much as you hope for. I mean, that's the next generation to raise sheep for you. For junior champion, we're going to go with the yearling ewe as champion ewe for the juniors, and the intermediate ewe lamb as reserve.
Our junior show champion goes to entry number 3671. 3671 came out of the early class of yearling ewes. Locust Grove 1027, Patsy Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. The reserve champion for the junior show went to 3672. 3672. Oh. Okay. Came out of 3673, Raider 2116, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Now showing natural colored Lincoln Exhibitor's Flock. Exhibitor's Flock is the class we're showing currently. Then we'll show Breeder's Flock, then Get of Sire. Then we'll do Best Headed Natural Colored Lincoln, and then Best Fleece Natural Colored Lincoln. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Third to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Fourth place to Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 5 to Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Placing on the breeder's flock, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. And 4 to Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Now showing Get of Sire. Again, after the Get of Sire class, we will show natural colored best headed. Placing on the Gad of Sire, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 4 to Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 5, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 6 to Adriana Alejandro, Ringe, New Hampshire. We're now ready to show Best-Headed Natural Colored Lincoln. Best-Headed Natural Colored Lincoln.
Okay, I just want to thank all of you for your patience checking in the cattle. We know it takes a few.
Our best-headed went to entry 556, Locust Grove, 1052, Devet, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. We're now showing Best Fleece. Best Fleece goes to entry 2238, Wool Hollow 2103, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont, out of the Junior ULAM class number 2. And we need somebody from Wind Valley Farm to come to the show ring desk. And we want to congratulate Wind Valley Farm of Oakham, Massachusetts on winning both the Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder Awards.